Faculdade de Direito de São Paulo, da Universidade de São Paulo.
We have here at the table this morning Annelisa Bechara, Vice Dean of the School of Law, and all my colleagues from the ARNS Commission. We also have Antônio Cláudio Maris de Oliveira from the ARNS Commission, Belisário dos Santos Júnior, over there, José Luiz del Royo, and my friend, Maria Vitória Benevides. All of them will speak about specific aspects connected to this tribunal. Mr. Del Royo will begin with a reflection on the history of the People's Permanent Tribunal. Then Belisário dos Santos Júnior has a lot of international knowledge, and he will give us some context about the tribunal's international experience. Then Maria Vitória Benevides will also speak about the tribunal and the context of human rights. And have I introduced you, Maris? Antônio Cláudio Maris de Oliveira will speak about impunity, I would normally not state what I'm about to say, but since Professor Fábio Comparato, he was not my student, but he's my master, and he asks for those of us who will speak to remove our masks. If you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to. And for all of us here, let's remember that we have simultaneous interpretation. They are doing a remarkable work, and I kindly ask you to speak slowly. Otherwise, it makes life very difficult for the interpreters. Without further ado, I would like to begin the first stage of this morning's session, and around 9:30 Brazil time, we will start with the proceedings themselves. So I now give the floor to my dear colleague Antônio Cláudio Maris de Oliveira. He will speak from the table, and good morning, everyone. I salute my colleagues here at the table, and I salute the Vice Dean of the School of Law of University São Francisco, and Laura Greenhalgh and Paulo Sergio. I salute you, and I thank you because you are the heart, the soul, and the very engine of this event. Congratulations to both of you, and I'm proud of being part of the ARNS Commission. Yesterday, we had a very good explanation from the plaintiffs, and they listed the crimes practiced or committed by President Jair Bolsonaro. I would like to say that not just crimes in the legal sense, crimes as described by criminal law, but also many misdemeanors, infractions, and attacks on the dignity of the Brazilian people were committed by the president. These are not crimes, but they are behaviors that deserve our censorship and our approval. I say this because the tribunal, this is not a punitive organization, but we can reprove behaviors. And this should spread around the world, this disapproval. In this assembly here, where we are paying tribute to freedom, democracy, humanism, love to our neighbors. We yesterday watched some minutes where we watched a circus of horrors. And the main character, the protagonist, at the center of the arena was the Brazilian president. We had valuable information coming from the claimants. And if we did not have this, I would believe that the accusation or the information would not even be necessary, because the defendant himself convinced us that he is guilty. He did convince that he's guilty. I believe that he has himself convinced the jury that he is responsible for the illicits he has committed against Brazilian civilization and humanism. He has committed just yesterday. He's still committing. Just yesterday, in another of his presentations, he praised police officers who killed 20 people in Rio de Janeiro. He had already shown us throughout the pandemic that he is not sensitive. He does not feel any emotion with death. And for this reason, it's obvious that he does not respect or value life. If you don't respect and if you are not sensitive to death, if you do not cry for death, you do not respect life, unless your own life. Of course, he respects his own life. I will have to admit a weakness of mine, a weakness connected to a reflection at some point of the Bolsonaro administration, looking at the reaction of civil society and looking at our isolation. I imagined he would maybe renounce or resign. It was I was delirious, I admit. It was a sweet illusion. I was being naive. If someone states, I have the pen, I am the Constitution, my army, these are expressions and quotes that show his authoritarianism. This sentences shows he's despotic. He's attached to power above any other value. If you want to spread predacious policies, if you want to foster disagreement, intolerance, anger, hatred, the use of weapons, if you don't have any projects or plans for government, unless the plan of remaining in power, you cannot be sensitive to misery, tragedy, and suffering of the homeless population, of people who are unemployed. You cannot possibly care with the fact that Brazil is now back at the map of hunger, the UN map of hunger. You cannot be concerned with deforestation. Quite the opposite. You foster deforestation, and you dismantle the organisms that protect indigenous peoples and the black population. What the president says go against common sense and reason. They are low-level, rude, they use terrible Portuguese language, and they show his aversion to conciliation, to dialogue, and his speeches are full of lies. Lies that would make Pinocchio himself feel embarrassed. It's as if he's celebrating something. From his ridiculous celebrations in motorbikes and on horses, in moments when we are mourning, it's actually making a toast to death and downplaying other people's suffering. That's what he does. We've had two presidents with nicknames connected to birds in Portuguese. Epitácio Pessoa was called Patativa do Norte, which is the name of a bird, and Afonso Pena was nicknamed Chico Chico, which is also a Brazilian bird. Now we have a carcará, which is sort of a vulture. It's a vulture. In a moment of reflection and maybe hallucination, I would say, about the chaos we go through, I imagined, just like I did with his resignment, that maybe it would be good if Dom João VI, our former emperor, would be welcome in Brazil again. When he came from Portugal to Brazil during the colony, when compared to the destruction caused by Don Bolsonaro may be the last. Maybe we would be at a good place if Dom João VI came back. He created Banco do Brasil. He created the National Library. He created the Academy of Arts. And let's remember the importance that these institutions had at the time. The National Library, Banco do Brasil. Our ports would be open once again, because today many nations have gone distant from trade with Brazil. And we would have access to these countries once again. There would be sanitation in the cities, just like we had sanitation in Rio de Janeiro at that time when Dom João VI came to Brazil. So Dom João VI would maybe correct the wrongs that are being now conducted by Jair Bolsonaro. I'm about to finish my presentation. I know I'm running out of time. I was told not to speak for too long, and it is good that I'm reading a text, otherwise I would be speaking for hours. The decisions of this tribunal are not punitive, as I said, but they are an efficient vehicle of censorship and disapproval to the nefarious conduct of our president, which shocks the world while violating all principles of dignity, humanism, and love to our neighbors. The People's Permanent Tribunal will certainly help us to remove the stain brought by Bolsonaro to our image in the face of the world. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. This was of great inspiration, and Dom João VI definitely would be healthier than the current person taking the seat in Brazil. So now I'd like to invite my colleague Maria Vitória. I pass the floor to you. Should we remove the mask? I decide when speaking. Maria Vitória, I pass the floor to you. Good morning, everyone. It is in great joy that I'm back here to the Noble Hall of the School of Law. And to initiate, I'd like to remind you all my admiration and how I miss Professor Dalmo Damari, who was the dean of our School of Law and an inspirer, one who incentivizes democracy and human rights. I am very much touched and honored to be here to talk to all of you, representing the Commission of Human Rights, Dom Paulo Evaristo Arns. And after what we heard yesterday, what we can add to the scenario where there's pain, indignation, and also shame. What country is this, as it's called, as the barn of the world, but with millions of hungry people? And back to the hungry map. And what country is this? Known as the lungs of the world, but with catastrophic levels of environmental devastation, of land grabbing, of wildcat mining. What country can we say this is? Known as a role model of cultural diversity, racial diversity, ethnic diversity, but humiliates and excludes and kills the indigenous population, the quilombolas, the black and peripheral population, the LGBTQ plus groups, those that have been taken out of their lands. Yesterday we saw the massacre in the peripheral region of the city of Rio de Janeiro. What country can we say this is that is known for the joy, for our welcoming trait, but one which the police, who is in charge of public safety, is a police that brings death and oppression? What country can we say this is that has been praised abroad for excellence in medical research and above all in the vaccination programs for the whole population? But as we well saw yesterday, for denial and omission of this government administration brought disease and deaths to thousands and thousands during the pandemic. What country can we say this is where the president comes with a hate policy, hate politics, where there's despise, denial, and about everything that represents all that we have achieved in terms of democracy and human rights? This country, with these horrors, as my colleague Mr. Maurice just said, country of horrors, that is our country today. But it was before the Brazil with democracy being built, with building development, broadening citizenship, of human rights and hope. Yes, I mean hope. It's this hope that takes us forward despite the pain and the outrage. It's not about a pain that paralyzes us. Commission Arns understands clearly its role to follow and denounce all the violations of human rights, to act with other organizations together, where we can also forward the claims to the specific authorities, bring together for debates as the PPT, and also have presence in many media outlets, as well as support to grassroots movements that comprises the democracy we have built. We must expand our awareness and our outrage, as it was well said yesterday by our colleague Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro, to expand our awareness and our outrage against this government of hate, of exclusion, of violence, of tightening the inequality. We shall say that our universal system should be congratulated, our healthcare professionals, women, the Black communities, indigenous population. It is possible to have a new country, a new Brazil. It is our duty to take part in this process of building We Are Together. We shall all have long life. Long live Brazil, and let's always say long life to Brazilians.
De uma audiência marcada.
Our friend Antônio Cláudio Mariz de Oliveira will have to leave us now. He has a hearing to attend. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Maris. Nesse instante,
as you can see, you just saw on the screen that the members of the jury are with us, following.
Eu vou chamar então.
And I'd now like to give the floor to our colleague José Luiz Del Arroyo, who will speak from the pulpit.
Pronto? Sim. Bem,
dear friends, yesterday and today as well, I saw a huge amount of young people watching these procedures, which is a reason for joy. And I had decided, due to historical reasons, in today's comment that I'm about to make, I had decided to pay tribute and to thank the tribunal, the PPT, by telling a couple of stories about the ancient roots that have led to the creation of this tribunal. It was 1972, a terrible year in Brazilian history. We had the massacre of the torture chambers all around the country. We had the extermination of indigenous peoples, mass extermination of indigenous peoples in the Amazon. These were tough years. An Italian senator called Lelio Basso. I'm going to speak many names that you young people don't know, but I want to mention these names here. Senator Lelio Basso He was a Marxist, Luxembourgist. He was one of the leaders of the anti-fascist resistance. He declared armed resistance on April 25th in 1945 against the Nazis. He contacted several Brazilian exiles, some exiles that were even exchanged for ambassadors. And they talked about the horrors that were going on in Brazil. Torture, almost unimaginable horrors. And he, who had been part of the Bertrand Rascher tribunal against the crimes, Bertrand Russell's tribunal against the US, he decided to call for a second tribunal. The first one was on Vietnam, and the second would be on Brazil. It was curious. Basso loved organization. He said, well, let's not have just any tribunal. We ask for some funds, we run a tribunal, and that's it. No, no, let's build a tribunal. We want popular money, so let's coin, let's have different currencies, whether Italy or France and Chile, Peru, let's collect funds in these countries. And he created a network of committees for the TBR, Tribunal Bertrand Russell. It was an impressive network spread around the world, and from coin to coin, from dollar to dollar, this tribunal was built. Many people helped build this network, and I want to name some of those. I mentioned Lelo Basso already, and I want to mention the major leader of the armed resistance, Opayeta. And also, I wanted to mention a couple of other names. Let me explain who they are. Ettore Malzina. Who was he? A great journalist from RAI, and he had a different characteristic. He was a friend of Pope Paul VI. He had almost a clandestine network of Catholic people, which was the foundation of the pillar. Many people don't know about this. We had the support of Christian Democrat Marcelo Glicenti, who was also friends with the Pope. And a third friend of the Pope, Lavalli, Raniero Lavalli. He's still with us. And Johnny, please salute him on our behalf, Raniero Lavalli. So this tribunal had behind it the complacency, the help of Pope Paul VI. He was a complex pope. He was a tormented pope. And there is this imaginary connection, maybe in my heart, I don't know. At the moment when this group of important Italian citizens connected to the Pope and to the Vatican helped create, or at the same time, we had the birth as an archbishop, Dom Paulo Evaristo Arns. So while he was helping Brazilian exiles, this giant was born as an archbishop, Dom Paulo Evaristo Arns, who names this commission. There was an evolution. The tribunal came to an end, but the horrors had not come to an end. Not only in Brazil, there was a coup in Chile, there was a coup in Uruguay, a coup in Bolivia. The horror was spreading. So there was a discussion about resistance, how people should behave. And then in Algiers, there was the Declaration of the Rights of the People, the right to resistance. And from Algiers, then we have the birth of the PPT 2 years on in 1979. So as you see, fight, struggle, this is very connected to our history as Brazilians. And therefore, I deeply thank for this session of the tribunal. And I'm going to finish my presentation with a lighter story. I see here on Mr. Gianni, he's on the screen right now. We see all of you members of the jury. So after the Bertrand Russell tribunal was connected in Rome, they had 3 sessions. The other one was in Brussels. And I was in a very difficult situation at the time. I had no documents. I was illegal and clandestine in Europe at the time. And I needed protection from the UN. I became a refugee. And the person who helped me, the person who found signatures to make me a legal refugee was Mr. Gianni Tognoni that we see on screen right now. He might not remember this. There's a round of applause here. The interpreter would like to let the jurors know there's a round of applause. And I just wanted to finish with one sentence. We fought against the military dictatorship that massacred indigenous people, increased inequality with the black population, massacred, murdered, assassinated those who resisted. Currently, we are in a dangerous situation again. We did not forget. We do not forgive dictatorship, nevermore.
Thank you, José Luis Del Rollo. And to relate the resistance against the military dictatorship to the current one on behalf of human rights against all the coup threats against the rule of law as we've had before and now in 2022. So for the last intervention, I'd like to invite my colleague Belisario dos Santos Jr., who will be speaking from the pulpit. Okay.
Bom dia.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone here in Brazil, and good afternoon to those who are abroad. Well, my first tribute goes to the authorities of the Permanent People's Tribunal and to the organizers that built this 50th session, paying tribute to Paulo Sergio Pinheiro, our coordinator of today. This School of Law, Professor Annalisa, is a sacred floor where we had Dalmo Dallari here, where we had his funeral, and also Fabio here present with us. Bresser Pereira present with us. And also here where we had Dom Paulo Evaristo Arns Human Rights Commission founded in the Student Council's room. And here we had the most important movements to the democracy in Brazil. So it's a place appropriate to really be the base for this specific Brazilian Permanent People's Tribunal. This is a moral tribune where it's able to judge those causes that the regular ones would not, at least not for now, or have never done so. But why do I call a moral tribunal? What is the value of an institution that is similar to a judicial court, but without the power to punish, condemn, and impose sanctions that come through that will actually be able to bring forth reparation? If the formal justice holds an image of effectiveness and unbiased application that not necessarily respond to reality, the moral tribunals are able to elect causes and bring political sentences, and also show solidarity and give to facts and to the victims a leading role that it's not always possible through a formal court. Not always a formal one could give the leading role that these victims here had in this tribunal and will still have. So many times formal justice gives solutions that are just following procedures, and many times not even addressing social justice. This tribunal is hearing representatives of the Black population, of the indigenous population, healthcare professionals that we should always pay our tribute here in this session. And we have highly qualified testimonies that bring valuable information during the period that the Brazilian people were just set aside by government Bolsonaro, responsible in his action and repeating the actions through omissions, and brought unnecessary deaths and violations that are severe, systematic, against human rights, and put the rule of law at risk in Brazil. We are not just looking for a verdict. We want to broaden the awareness of the whole drama and the despise that they were inflicted upon and the responsibility for the acts. So to talk about the violations to the eyes of the jury is part of a reparation process, and what we see and here will also be a process of justice and not just a request for condemnation. The victims want to really bring forth their truth with the parameters of international law and to save the result as an asset to them. According to the Declaration of the Rights of the People, the Charter of Argel in Article 23, the most severe violations against the rights of the people, specifically in terms of the right to existence, is a crime, international crimes, and brings forth the responsibility, individuals of the actors. So when we have the tribunal called, even though there's no punitive effect, it's important to understand that will bring a process of justice, of respect to the dignity of victims, evaluating all the facts that are reported, and bringing forth a sentence that will be recorded in history and in the memory of everyone. So now, concluding, the decision of this Permanent People's Tribunal will bring a strong effect of statement because of the experience of the members of the jury, but because this permanent tribunal works with the international norms of law and also of human rights. So this tribunal has the ability and has moral respect to recognize the practice of crimes against humanity or severe systematic violations against Brazilian population that were applied by the government administration. So the sentence of this tribunal, because of its form and content, can come as a role model and as an encouragement so that other spheres and other tribunals can get inspired in the decision in the future. Oxalá. Thank you.
Bravos, Belisário.
Congratulations, Belisario, on your excellent explanation. I'd now like to give the floor to Mr. Secretary General of this tribunal to give a good morning salute for us in Brazil, because we will now begin the session itself. Would you like to say something, Mr. Chair of the Tribunal?
I think that we are already a bit late for our program, so I think that it's very good to start immediately the session, which is really central to our work, because the witness testimony for the violation of the right of indigenous people in the context of the pandemic is the real core of the interest of this tribunal. So I think that it would be good to leave all the space to the session, which is moderated by Mauricio Terena, in order to make visible the witnesses of this fate of the indigenous people. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gianni. So to begin this part of today's session, I would like to invite Mr. Mauricio Terena, who will coordinate this part of our session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to salute the members of the jury and everyone here present. Yes, indeed, what took place in Brazil during the pandemic and what we are claiming here, members of the jury, is the sentencing of the President of the Republic, his conviction for the crime of genocide. I would like to highlight some criminal aspects from Article 2 of the PPT statute. In summary, it talks about the intention of completely or partially destroying a national, ethnic, or religious group. From day one of the pandemic, we were tense and in anguish because we've heard and lived this story before. When colonization began, many of our indigenous relatives were decimated for diseases brought by the colonizers, forced contact, and violence from the state. Considering this, the COVID-19 pandemic, as I mentioned yesterday, was a problem, but the government was a problem also. What has been happening in Brazil, members of the jury, and here I speak directly to you as members of the jury, maybe the language and the speech, the words, are not enough to describe the violence. Maybe they are not enough to describe the violations of human rights. Maybe they're not enough to describe the violence against the Brazilian Constitution of 1988, which is the structuring document of the Brazilian state. We had to go to the Brazilian Supreme Court. The government did not want to see us alive. We had to resort to the Supreme Court because policies became necro policies, death policies. And I imagine that you, as members of the jury, when you follow on international news and when you see what's going on here, you were flabbergasted. And I would say that we are as well. We are shocked. We are outraged with the extent. Brazil is a power in terms of natural resources, in terms of human resources, in terms of culture. And it's difficult to believe in what's going on. For those of us who work with law, we face a challenge. What is going on here today, members of the jury, the Brazilian judiciary should already have done what we're doing here today. But in the seat of the Attorney General today, we have a person who literally came from nowhere. Augusto Aras. Usually there's this tradition of electing a member from a triple list, and this tradition was not respected in this nomination. Actually, nothing is being respected. I don't even have enough time here to list everything we're going through, but that's why we have here with us this morning important witnesses. A witness from my people, Lindomar Terena, who is a very important leader in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. And I wanted to highlight for the members of the jury that Mato Grosso do Sul is a state in Brazil where agribusiness is dominating all power relations. And what do I mean by this? Well, the whole political economic force of the state of Mato Grosso do Sul is organized in order to serve agribusiness interests. Here in Brazil, agribusiness, which sometimes exports into Europe, it has indigenous blood. Because Mato Grosso do Sul, this state, is the state that has most imprisoned indigenous people. And on a Sunday, as I said yesterday, a young person, 18 years old, he was killed because he was grabbing wood near a farm. And that's how they treat us over there, with bullets, unfortunately. So now Lindomar will give us a context about Mato Grosso do Sul, and Auricélia, who is an indigenous leader from the Arapiun people. They have been suffering with the invasion of their land. Because here, members of the jury, political speech encourages and makes legitimate. So the President of the Republic, straight from the Planalto Palace, he writes decrees fostering mining, logging in indigenous lands. The National Indigenous Foundation, FUNAI is the acronym. In Brazil, it's important to state that we have a specific authority to deal with indigenous matters. FUNAI, the National Foundation of Indigenous People, FUNAI. This foundation is now occupied by military personnel who are widowers of the military dictatorship. And they bring with them this monocultural idea an idea focused on one single culture, on one single religion, on one single way of existing in the world. When we live in a country that has, in which we have about 305 peoples, this government wants to create the concept of a nation that we study in political science. They want one people and one single land. So the National Indigenous Foundation, or FUNAI, they started publishing norms, administrative norms, as to clear economic exploitation in indigenous lands. I'm going to give you a symbolic example. Normative Instruction number 9, which was a legal instrument fostering economic exploration in indigenous lands. And this is currently suspended by the courts in approximately 17 Brazilian states. Well, I believe our witnesses this morning will make all these arguments even more sound. And I want to finish with the following. Since we have the intention of decimating described in that article, and as you heard yesterday and you will hear this morning, the intention is clear. But on February 17, 2021, the last Juma person died as a victim of COVID. Our last indigenous relative took with him his culture, his chants, his prayers. It hurts, and it should hurt in every one of us, because part of our history has been sacrificed and died with COVID-19. And now I want to give the floor to Auricelia Arapiuns, who is an indigenous leader in the Brazilian Amazon, and she will tell us how it was to face COVID-19 in the region of Santarém, in the middle of the Amazon, with the invasion of wildcat miners, and the Brazilian state watching, just watching, as it happened. Thank you very much. Auricelia, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to salute the panel, everyone present, and on behalf of Crisilani Jr., I'd like also to salute the members of the jury. It is really a great moment to be here with everyone, and at the same time, we feel very touched to be here in this moment and to relive the pandemic and say that we are still in the pandemic, and it's very hard also to be here because we know of the retaliations that we have been suffering and that we will after this moment. We know this is a very important space, although it is symbolic, but for us to use this space and to denounce genocide that we have been suffering in Brazil, to take the chance to denounce all the violations. I am from the Amazon, and I bring with me all the violations, and I bring with me all that the Amazon has been suffering. I come from a region in the state of Pará. I am an indigenous leader in my region. I represent 3 indigenous populations in the Tapajós region. And my city, Santarém, 70% of our population is already contaminated with mercury. So to talk about this genocide government and to bring with me all the violence is a huge responsibility. To be here representing each indigenous individual, each woman, each child, each grandchild, that the pandemic took many of our elderly, my grandfather. The first person that died with COVID-19 was an elderly from my people. And one, for others, it just might be an old person. As for Bolsonaro, there are people that no longer produce, so they should die. But for us, they are the most important people in our villages. That is where all the wisdom lies. Our people's wisdom is with the elderly. They are our life libraries that the pandemic took due to this genocide government. And I bring to you, feeling the pain and saying that we will not have a minute of silence. We will speak for them. We will keep speaking for them and claiming for justice for the lives of all the indigenous individuals that the pandemic took and the lives of all our elderly that the pandemic took. Because they took with them part of our history. They took with them part of the wisdom of our people. We cannot get here and talk about the pandemic and not address the retrogression, the attacks to our lives, to our bodies, and mainly to the attacks that our territories have suffered. I should also bring to you the importance of the indigenous resistance, that when Bolsonaro refuses to take his responsibility as the country's leader to save Brazilian population, the indigenous population that still resists in this country, we, with the indigenous movement, we did our share of the duty, that which the Brazilian government should have done. We were the ones that created campaigns to gather funds, food. We did our own campaigns to be able to get sanitation kits, campaigns so that our people could adhere to the vaccines campaign, so that our people could understand how to prevent against this mortal virus. That is not just the virus, it's not just COVID. The mortal virus is also the Brazilian government. We created sanitation barriers, but also we did build barriers to protect our territory. And as we were on the campaigns so that our people could adhere to the vaccine, Bolsonaro would encourage evangelical in our territories. I do respect a lot all the Christian evangelicals here, but many that were sent by the government inside our territories during the pandemic helped the genocide, contributed to the genocide. They were the ones that brought fake news in the territories, and the indigenous organizations trying to fight back. It was a war scenario during the pandemic for us, and also a war of discourse to try to convince our people to adhere to the vaccine and protect themselves from COVID-19. Well, let alone all the other pandemics that we have already suffered, and how aggressive this type of virus is to us. How many indigenous populations during the pandemics were decimated? We were many more than 305 indigenous populations. And as Mauricio just mentioned, we also had some populations vanished, and that is the responsibility of our government. The relatives that are isolated were the ones that suffered the most and really were inflicted great risk. And the indigenous movement was very strong. We went to many places, but also asking for help at the Supreme Court, and the government still did not respect and is still not respecting our people. And it was during the pandemic and before the government was elected that we were already suffering threats. And it was during the pandemic that they took the chance, and with no shyness, they said that they wanted to make sure they could let the cattle loose at that moment. And that's exactly what they did, and we still have that scenario. And we're still there resisting. It was during the pandemic that we had to leave our territory, 2021, in April 2021, and really fight in the capital city, Brasilia, because we had to decide either we would just remain in our territories that are suffering direct threats, afraid of COVID, or we would need to be brave enough to face COVID, the government, and go to Brasilia. And you saw last year our fight, because there were many death projects. It wasn't just COVID-19. The death projects are countless. The bill 490-191, the bill that wants to allow mining in indigenous territories, the time framework that is very aggressive to our lives. And we went out to fight. We were afraid, but we did rise to the occasion because we are at risk. Our lives and our futures are at risk because of countless death projects that have been planned against the indigenous population. And the 177 decree is also one of the big threats to the traditional indigenous populations, the quilombolas, which is a 169 convention to be threatened because of this right, the right to free information. I mean, all these bills of this government is not allowing us to have many others to pass through. So these big projects, these projects that they have drafted, they're not there just as one. It's actually one that they've already carried through with it. I mean, we see it in our territory. In reality, we are already being invaded. FUNAI doesn't even exist anymore. They are just present for those indigenous population that are actually approving them, that are incited by this government administration, because they intimidate, because they also buy, and they use some relatives, so they bring discussion and conflict and dispute among individuals in the population. A very real case of what just happened in Jacarecanga with the Munduraku relatives, that they were incited by miners to invade their own villages, to really set fire to the homes of their own relatives. All of that was incited by Bolsonaro, by the miners. And the mining practice is one that has been undergoing. The bill 490 is already undergoing. The time framework is already there. Our territories are not being protected, are not being actually demarked. They're being attacked. They're being incentivized with land grabbing, invasion, and our bodies are under threat as well. And I bring here wildcat mining in the indigenous territories in my state, in my river, the Tapajós River, in my region, the wildcat mining that is aggressive to our lives and to our territories. And the Brazilian government is trying to make legal this cruelty with nature and with our lives. Because mercury that goes downstream from the mining contaminated already our fish, which is the main source of food to us, contaminating the river, and it's contaminating people who depend on the river. And I feel pain as a woman, as a mother, as a woman from the Amazon, that I recall all that my relatives, Munduruku, have feeling, and the Yanomamis have. Our children have been swollen by the mud, by the drainage machines, and the raping with our women. Our girls are being raped. They have been violated and killed by these cowards of mining. And all of this is incentivized by the Bolsonaro government, by this genocide government. We are here also to say that we don't eat money, we don't eat mud, we depend on nature, we eat fish, and it was Mother Nature that saved us. We did not die more during the pandemic because it was the enchanted ones, the spirits of the rivers, of the forests, and of all the different regions that saved us, and the cure to the world. And the cure to COVID-19 of all the diseases are in our territories. They're there because they take all from nature to manipulate all the medications. To defend an indigenous territory that has already its borders is defend the continuity of humanity. It's for everyone, it's for the world. Because with no nature standing, there is no life. There is no life for us or for you. And I am here bringing all this to you because I have been living as many other women, as other mothers, countless violations. And this government wants to intimidate us, they want to kill us, and they want to keep threatening us. And I'm here to say that indigenous lives matter, and the indigenous blood, no more blood. Bolsonaro out.
There's a standing ovation here. The interpreter would like the members of the jury to know.
Obrigado, Auricelia.
Thank you, Auricelia, for your words, for touching our hearts with this reality that you go through in this traditional land. We will now hear from Lindomar Terena, and right after, Caroline Santana, who is an expert and a researcher regarding isolated indigenous peoples. Lindomar, you have the floor. I would like to salute everyone here. My name is Lindomar Terena, from the Cachoeirinha indigenous land in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. I am here today to speak a little bit about what Auricelia has already said, and some other colleagues have been saying here since yesterday. First of all, I'd like to thank the School of Law for providing us this room and giving space for the indigenous peoples of Brazil, giving us this opportunity of telling you a bit about the impact of the pandemic in the lives of our peoples. As I said, I come from the Cachoeirinha indigenous land. And I want to tell you a bit about what we've gone through, what we've faced, and what we still face until today. In the beginning of the pandemic, we, indigenous peoples, well, as you know, we are distributed all around Brazil. It's a total of 305 indigenous peoples and over 274 languages spoken around Brazil. When we received the information through the media about the pandemic, indigenous people were left to their own devices. We had to organize ourselves because the Brazilian state did not know how to organize health barriers or sanitary barriers at the doors of indigenous villages. And how should one deal with this? Well, we as leaders of our peoples, we have our teachers, our communities, our health agents. We had to organize ourselves as to how to deal with this, as to create health barriers, sanitation barriers with hand sanitizer. But how would we know? COVID is not visible in people's face. You don't know when someone has COVID. It's invisible. Therefore, our communities looked for guidance from the Brazilian state. However, we never received a response from the government. As it was said here, someone said that it was just a stupid flu, as someone said. This was the answer we received as indigenous peoples and as a Brazilian society. And this silly flu came into our indigenous lands, taking many, many lives. Several leaders who were trying to organize the sanitary barriers, they lost their lives because while protecting their communities, they lost their lives. This is a little bit of the situation that we lived and that we still go through. The indigenous lawyers and other counsel who are committed to life, they went to the Brazilian Supreme Court and they asked the Supreme Court to obligate the state to present concrete measures that could minimally protect and stop the pandemic from advancing into indigenous lands. And I wanted to tell you about the difficulty, the challenge faced by us indigenous peoples. And I said, I come from the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, as I've said, and Mato Grosso do Sul, like Brazil as a whole, we seem to be going through or living in a lawless land. This is a moment when authoritarianism, ignorance prevails. And we look at the organizations and instances that should be saying stop, that should be taking a stance against all of this. And we feel hopeless. As Mauricio Terena just said, we have an Attorney General who is simply a ladder for the President of the Republic. And I wanted to say this because this is our reality. Just this week in Mato Grosso do Sul, a young Guarani Kaiowá man was murdered because there's no law. Because now I am in charge. I have the pen in my hands. We've heard him say that yesterday in the video, right? And they are doing everything they can to go in the opposite direction of human rights. I'd like to remind you that the young Guarani Kaiowá person murdered, he's the fourth person in his family that has been murdered also for fighting for the rights of his people. The fourth person in the same family to be murdered. And, you know, that's my testimony about the importance of this space right here. We, indigenous peoples, we thank you from the bottom of our heart for this, for giving us the space, and we are looking for these international arenas where the voice of those who fight for life can maybe touch other people who are also fighting for human rights, whether this is here in Brazil, whether around the world. I would like to thank you for this opportunity. And as an indigenous leader, I would like to claim and to call on all of us here, on all of you who are part of the PPT, to hear the words we are all saying here about our lives, our experiences, our challenges, so that together, at the end, we will convict this genocidal administration that we still have in Brazil. When we thought we had already seen everything, we had actually seen nothing yet. To the point of having a person sitting at the President of the Republic's seat who will not respect indigenous peoples and who will not respect Brazilian society. Let's say enough. We are stronger. Brazilian society is stronger. People who fight for human rights are stronger. Let's not allow this to happen. The opportunity lies in our hands. I thank you very much for your attention.
Obrigado, Lindomar.
Thank you, Lindomar, for your words. I would like to invite Carolina Santano to take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's as a member of OP Observatory for the Human Rights of Isolated and Recent Contacted Indigenous Peoples that I bear this witness today. OP is a civil society organization made up of indigenous and non-indigenous people, responsible for publicizing the right of these populations as well as enforcing the implementation of such rights. We have chosen to use the term isolated indigenous peoples. Some call them autonomous peoples, free peoples, suspicious relatives, peoples in voluntary isolation. Whatever the term used, one thing is certain. These populations are subject to a high degree of social and health vulnerability. The Brazilian state currently recognizes 140 records of the presence of these populations, with 28 of these records being confirmed, spread over 20 indigenous lands, all located in the Amazon region. This makes the Brazilian territory the space on the globe with the highest concentrated of isolated indigenous peoples. This data in itself should be reason for the Brazilian government to strongly engage in guaranteeing the right to life, physical integrity, and health of these populations. However, as I will demonstrate throughout this testimony, what we have observed in the last 4 years is exact the opposite. Until 2018, the policy of the protection location of isolated indigenous peoples, drafted in 1987 and improved over 35 years, was a reason for praise and example for other countries. Today, unfortunately, it brings us international shame and the risk of death and genocide to uncontacted peoples. The history of guaranteeing the rights of isolated peoples, like other indigenous peoples, has never been easy. There's a permanent struggle for recognition, for the enforcement of rights, and for the protection and demarcation of their lands. The Bolsonaro administration, however, brings us a disastrous innovation. If before it was necessary to fight for the effectiveness of protection, now the fight is against initiatives that remove these protections coming from the government itself. Vulnerability has become a public policy, thus contributing to the intensification of already existing social and epidemiologic vulnerability. This term, common to those who work with these populations, socio-epidemiological vulnerability, was coined by physician Douglas Rodrigues, a specialist working with indigenous peoples, and expresses the wide range of vulnerability factors. These factors are immunological vulnerability, social cultural vulnerability, territorial vulnerability, and political vulnerability. If these list of vulnerabilities were serious before the current administration, I should state how the Bolsonaro government has adopted public actions and policies with the intent to increase these vulnerabilities and consequently placing isolated indigenous peoples at risk of death, and I repeat, of genocide. Let's go through each of them. Let's start with territorial vulnerability, which results from the continuous pressure exerted on the territories of these populations. Currently, this pressure comes not only from loggers, hunters, and wildcat miners, but also from the government itself. Many isolated indigenous peoples are under a specific category of territorial protection called restriction of use. Unlike other categories of territorial protection, the restriction of use depends only on two factors. One, a technical opinion from employees of the FUNAI agency, and the other one, a political opinion from the president of FUNAI, member of the government of Bolsonaro, formalized through an ordinance. The restriction of use in compliance with the precautionary principle are the main guidelines of the policy for the protection of isolated peoples. It guarantees protections, including those records of isolated peoples that are still under study. That is, even if the presence of an isolated people have not been confirmed in the face of reports and rumors from the surrounding populations, the doubt is enough to guarantee territorial protection until the absence, or it did before, until the absence of isolated people in a given region is proven. The Bolsonaro government, however, has acted intensely to undo these protections, including areas of confirmed presence of isolated peoples, which is the case of Piripicura. I should also mention the case of the restriction of use of Ituna Tata, situation where after a letter addressed by the senator and evangelical pastor Zequinha Marinho addressed to the chief minister of the Secretariat of Government General Luiz Eduardo Ramos requested, without presenting any technical justification, a request to reduce the limits of this indigenous land, which was welcomed and taken forth by FUNAI. Finally, I mentioned the case of Jacareúba Catauixi, who, despite a favorable technical opinion from the employees of the National Foundation of the indigenous population, FUNAI, had an unfavorable political opinion from Bolsonaro. The use restriction ceased to exist 5 months ago. Before the Bolsonaro government, Brazil had 6 restrictions on use. Currently, it has 5, and 2 of them guaranteed for 6 months only, which is the case of Pirapicura and Pirititi. We should also mention that in 2022, the indigenous lands, Pirapicura and Tunatata, were at the top of the most deforested in the country. The attack on indigenous lands completely reflects the lives of these people and impacts them directly. Aware of such fact, the current government still carries out direct attacks on these territories and on the elements that are present in a must to the isolated indigenous people to guarantee their health, housing, food safety, and cosmologies. In terms of immunological vulnerability, which stems from the lack of immune defenses in the bodies to fight common external diseases in the surroundings, if before the pandemic this factor was already considered an extreme risk to the lives of isolated people, in the pandemic this risk became alarming. I have been following for over a year the dialogues of the articulation of the indigenous populations of Brazil with the government, Bolsonaro, in the space called the Situation Room installed by Judicial Force of ADPF 709. Ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, but after this whole time, we still have no data on the COVID situation in the territories of isolated indigenous population. The indigenous Secretary of Health does not monitor the epidemiological situation in the non-indigenous environment, as it understands that it's not their responsibility. It is clear, crystal clear to any health expert on isolated indigenous people, in addition to territorial protection, monitoring the surroundings is essential. In addition, the government hastens and is proud to say that there is no case of an isolated indigenous person contaminated by COVID. I shall ask you, if they live isolated, how can we be sure of that? Isolation does not mean that these populations do not maintain sporadic contact with the surrounding populations. In addition, the sanitary barriers determined by the courts unfortunately failed. Despite the efforts of the technicians of FUNAI and Sessão, there were no political will to make them come through, be effective, and I am available if you need further clarification. There are many details that I cannot fit into my time here, and I'm getting to the end. So with the failure of sanitary barriers and policies to encourage forced contact, as was the case of Article 9 of Law 14021 from 2020, through which the government authorized religious missionaries to access territories of isolated peoples, one only time you have the violation of their isolation, the right to health. This increases social cultural vulnerability and the vulnerability that is a political one. We should say that Law 14021 from 2020 increases this vulnerability because this vulnerability is characterized by the impossibility of these populations to really manifest themselves through means of manifestation as accepted, and also the lack of dissemination of the laws that relate to it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're facing peoples and segments of peoples who have survived massacres. In the Tanaru indigenous land, there's 1 survivor. In Pirapicura, there are 2 survivors. We're facing a scenario in which we will see people disappear. If these actions of attacks on the right of these populations do not constitute genocide, I am not sure I can understand what else could. These people are alive because of their immense and resounding resistance. Thank you.
Obrigado, Carolina.
Thank you, Carolina. I now give the floor to Mr. Johnny, who will organize the question and answer session.
Yes, thanks for this. I think that we have now formally the time for the question and answer, as the time has become more flexible because some of the points have been changed in the program. May I suggest to the judges to use this time for question and answer to certainly concentrate on the most recent witnesses, but to take into account the fact that there are some points of the indictment which have not been developed so far, for instance, about the Afro or the Quilombolas or otros grupos, other groups in the population which have not been presented. So feel free, and I am sure that our colleagues from Brazil accept, to extend, if you like, your questions also to the prosecutors in order to acquire, if needed, other information we could better bridge the extension of the indictment and the concentration of the witnesses of some of the points. I think that we have flexible time now, and it's up to you really to use this time for posing the question to whom you feel some integration could be acquired. Thanks. I think we have two questions from Alexandra Macchia and then from Catriana. So let's start.
Okay. Should I go first?
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to ask the moderator, Mauricio Perena, and the presenters, if they could comment a little more in depth one more important aspect that I think it should be important in our discussions. And this is if they think there was a systematic campaign to discourage vaccine or vaccination among the indigenous population. And if so, was there a result of this results in a lower uptake of vaccines in the indigenous population? And additionally, as the part of the same question, can the aforementioned law, that is the 14,021, be considered a tool in this sense, as a tool to discourage vaccine uptake in these populations? Thank you.
Bom dia.
Good morning once again. Thank you for your question. Yes, I believe indeed it allows us to tackle on a very important matter connected to the pandemic. Okay, it is important to begin the answer by clearly saying that in Brazil, there was a general disincentive to vaccination. As amazing as it might sound, the President of the Republic has never been an adept of science as a mechanism to fight the pandemic. But looking at the indigenous population specifically, it becomes a little bit more complex. I am one of the lawyers of the 709 process that is currently in the Brazilian Supreme Court, the ADPF, and as our expert Carolina has just mentioned, we still don't have concrete data regarding vaccination within indigenous populations. There's another aspect which is important to comment. In Brazil, in this huge territory, we have approximately 305 peoples who speak dozens of languages. And because of that, when the pandemic hit, we needed a communication strategy because not all of them speak Portuguese. And we need information to reach them. And there was no communication campaign informing in the language of these populations. There was not, Mr. Makia, there was not even an attempt. Because one thing would be the government having tried, and a very different aspect is not incentivizing vaccination, fostering the invasion of these territories. And in this situation room that the Supreme Court created for us to talk about the pandemic in Brazil, it is sad to see what's going on. Just these days, we requested that they presented data regarding the vaccination of indigenous population. And they showed an institutional video. It was a piece of propaganda for the government. That's the policy that we had. It was a video promoting the government, and it had no scientific background, it had no methodology, it had no research, it had no data. It had nothing that a minimum research would need. And I don't want to talk too much, but yes, there was no communication with indigenous communities as to inform them. Also, there was no structural policy. When we talk about vaccination, it's quite complex in a continental country like Brazil, and we have many places that are difficult to access. So we need resources, personnel, we need logistics. We had none of that. Many indigenous peoples, and I can tell this to you, Mr. Member of the Jury, and to my colleagues here, we have indigenous peoples in urban areas as well. São Paulo has indigenous peoples, but we are still indigenous. It's not because we have cell phones, it's not because we are connected that we're not indigenous anymore. We have to look at these people as well. And the government didn't. They also did not want to vaccinate these populations. That's what I have to say. If you allow me, Johnny, this is just 1 second, if you allow me to complete the response. This is Heloísa Machado. I am one of the members of the prosecution. And answering Mr. Machia's question, we had a disincentive to vaccination coming from the President of the Republic. This disincentive was made real when the President associated vaccination, for instance, as an example, to an increased risk of vaccinated people to contract the HIV virus. The President said it himself in his weekly live streams, and he repeated this more than once. The President of the Republic also associated vaccination to a risk of death in quite a similar campaign to the global anti-vax campaign, saying that the COVID vaccine is not safe, although it had already been accredited by Brazilian health authorities. So there was not only a delay in purchasing the vaccines, there was also an explicit disincentive from the President of the Republic through his speeches stating that the vaccine was not secured that he would not take the vaccine himself and that he did not recommend people to get vaccinated. And that was also mirrored in speeches from his supporters, specifically some evangelical missionaries. Auricelia, here the witness just talked about this, reproducing this discourse, this fictitious discourse of a risk presented to indigenous people. People were fearful of taking the vaccine. So it did decrease the levels of vaccination. We don't have concrete data, which is in itself an evidence of failure from the state, the lack of concrete data about the vaccination of indigenous peoples. Thank you very much.
Sorry for interrupt you. We have now Versilene first, and then two other questions from Belisario Riposto and Kinari. Versilene?
Não sei. Me ouve?
Can you hear me? She's asking. Good morning once again to all of you who are here with us. It is extremely difficult to be part of this hearing this accusation and hearing the witnesses, remembering the situation we faced in Brazil, we different peoples. We have our colleagues in this battle, Mauricio Terena, Auricelia, living once again the terrible situation that the Quilombola communities have also gone through, because the effects of the pandemic are lasting, long-lasting. I would like to ask a couple of questions regarding what was said by the prosecution and by the witness, Mauricio and Auricelia. Well, since the beginning of the pandemic, and I speak as a Quilombola, since the beginning of the pandemic, we tried to have a dialogue with the government about the vulnerability in which the Quilombola populations were in. I would like to know how it happened with the indigenous populations. In the beginning, there were a couple of universal measures, such as the emergency relief package. Quilombola communities did not have access to that because we have no access to internet. Some don't have electricity. We don't even have landlines to register in the emergency relief program. How did it happen with indigenous peoples? Also, my other question regarding communication, this is extremely important. From the beginning, as you said, there were no communication campaigns with guidance regarding vaccination, protection measures. And I wanted to highlight that one of the initiatives after several attempts to contact the government was the creation of legislation 1421. Mauricio probably remembers. It established emergency measures or an emergency plan to face COVID in indigenous and Quilombola populations, and also riverine populations. One of the vetoes by President Bolsonaro was a veto for access to water. So in a context when many communities had to be isolated to protect, and water was essential for this protection so that they did not contaminate, this was vetoed, access to water to these populations. And in the face of these measures of denying access to many rights and of misinforming these communities, what were the strategies, the communication strategies you adopted and what you saw from the government, besides the video you mentioned, the quilombolas also saw the same video about vaccination. It's a video from former Minister Damares. It was actually a piece of propaganda. And my last question regarding vaccination, you have mentioned already the difficulty and the disincentive to vaccination coming from the highest political authority in Brazil, the President of the Republic himself. And Mauricio, you are also a lawyer representing the indigenous population. After the courts made their decision, after they determined that the indigenous people should be vaccinated, what hurdles were placed for this vaccination with quilombola populations, even after this court decision to vaccinating the quilombolas? There were hurdles. The communities had to present proof of residence, when in many quilombola communities there's no formal address proof unless this is a self-declaration. How did this happen with the indigenous people, and how have you been facing this?
Thank you for the question. I will pass to Aurelia to answer some of the questions. Then I can talk about the vaccination, the last part, about the action of non-compliance of fundamental rights. So I pass the floor to you. Thank you, Mauricio. I will bring the experience from my region. And there was no campaign of the government, neither of the indigenous health system, because I'm very proud to say that Mauricio was with us during the pandemic, and we made ourselves available. We, as leaders, made ourselves available at risk in fighting COVID-19 directly. And for 3 times I had COVID. And that didn't stop us. We were the ones that worked the most, because that was our duty, to try to save the lives of our relatives. And during the pandemic, we filed a civil action against FUNAI to safeguard food to our regions, for those in the region of Tapajós, and we were able to receive, and that was the only support from the government, which was through this public civil action. And FUNAI agency does not have any structure for that, and although it was an action from them, we organized. They just brought the staple food baskets, the sanitation kits, and the indigenous young group also. They were really great warriors fighting against COVID-19. We would go to the villages to deliver to them, and during that period we had many contaminated, and the emergency relief became a problem to us, as there was increase of contamination of COVID-19, because the Amazon region, for those who are not from our region, can understand that there's a geographic complexity, which is all very far to reach the city. We use boat as our main means of transportation. My region, there are 18 indigenous territories, 3 municipalities, and we would go from place to place during the pandemic to reach the villages, and we would, doing campaigns, we used a radio that we have in the city of Santarém for the vaccine campaign, to explain how we would reach the village, just one person should receive us, and we tried to have full protection and we would take banners, flyers for our campaign to explain how people had to protect themselves. We would go to the radio station, don't leave your villages, but it was impossible because it was a very wide range and the need for food. So the emergency relief, when the relatives would go to the villages, and it was not humane. I mean, it wasn't just the indigenous population, it was the whole vulnerable population, the poor population, Quilombola, indigenous, traditional populations. And it was quite chaotic because when we weren't able to actually have people gather, I mean, that was the moment where we had people, overnight in line to really get their relief. And that was the moment some relatives were chosen to go to the cities to be able to get there. And those who were able to get there, because of also the difficulty of communication, there is no communication. There is no internet in the villages. What we have is just very weak and very vulnerable. So that also was chaotic in our region, in our city. The emergency relief to be as it was and distributed as it was done because it increased the contamination among the population. Mauricio, please.
I think we have now two questions. One is from Ruben Sercupero, and then ready for Kenari.
Bom dia, bom dia a todas e todos.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to pose a few questions to the representation of the organization leader or representative of the isolated indigenous population. She brought a very important testimony, and one that we cannot go without, to be able to qualify, legally speaking, the international crime of genocide. When she referred to the fact that in some indigenous land, there's just one survivor of a whole population, and in the other one too. But it wasn't clear in her testimony if this context of what we have been watching, nearly the extinction of a few indigenous populations that already qualify clearly the genocide crime in its strict sense. It is not clear if that took place due to events that were recent with the pandemic, or events as the inclusion of wildcat mining, or the actions of government that allowed to weaken, as she clearly described, the restrictions to the use of land. So my first question would be to her, in terms of my question to understand if there are indications of what could have brought the current extension of the cases that she mentioned of isolated people, and if there is or not a direct relationship of the situation, the actions of the current government, Bolsonaro. I have other questions to pose. I'm not sure if I should ask them all now, but there are different questions of different basis which I should ask Mauricio Terena from the prosecution. And I should add, I believe, since I am here, I should take this time then to do so. So when it comes to the charge, we believe as members of the jury need facts. For instance, when it comes to how many deaths were counted among indigenous populations because of the pandemic. As a Brazilian and that has followed the press, I know very well that there has been data in the press. I did not save this data, but I know they are available somewhere. The number of indigenous individuals that perished because of a direct consequence of the pandemic. So I believe that these facts are valuable and they should really have access to that information. When it comes to what was raised before by my colleague Alejandro Macchia, I should also say that we who have followed in the last 2 years on TV the pandemic and all the investigations that were carried forth, we know that the government unfortunately has no interest in furnishing information that is available. So it's no surprise that they said that they do not have the data. But there is in Brazil the consortium created by the media outlets that I am sure do have, because every day you even have precise numbers when it comes to the percentage of people that were vaccinated in each state of our country. So there should be this data or part of that with the press consortium or the one of private entrepreneurs consortium to give support to vaccination. So for that reason, I believe the data on the number of indigenous individuals vaccinated is available. Everybody saw it on TV, even scenes of days and days traveling to take the vaccines to the indigenous villages. So it would be very important to have access to this data about the vaccine of indigenous population. And my last question also to Terena, who presented with the prosecution. As he well said, one of the indigenous lawyers that presented this historical information and brought an action to the Supreme Court. Although that has been mentioned a few times, and even also the sentence of the Justice Luis Barroso, the members of the jury did not have access to the documentations that were presented to the Supreme Court, and also not to the context of the sentence at what was the aftermath. I mean, I believe that's very important element since we are talking about the highest judiciary authority in Brazil. The sentence and decisions of the court related to this issue and how they were actually inefficient or not, or if they were taken forth by the government. This is an element that I believe that's the most important, so we can here as a member of the jury use in our discussion and deliberate. So since Terena was one of the lawyers that presented the action, I'd like to ask you, Terena, to furnish to us through the Permanent People's Tribunal the documentation related to the action, the context of the claims, the sentence, and the stage where it's at now, because we know that it's not over yet, and what was done and what was not done to implement the claims. Thank you.
After the answer, we have two questions, and then from Nicoletta Dentico.
Muito obrigada pela.
Thank you very much for your question. Actually, to make very clear, the case with Tanaru and Piripicura are not something that came out of the pandemic. The restrictions of use is one that started in 2008 in Tanaru, if I'm not mistaken, the starting date of the restriction of use. However, it's important to make it clear the relation of cause and effect of the advance of the public policies for isolated indigenous population, recent contact indigenous population that actually was made in 1987. If we have two indigenous in Piripicura and one in Tanaru, is because these policies were respected, and that's exactly what's being attacked. So that was the intention of the testimony of the presenting of the data. Without the protection of these restriction of use, definitely these people would be vulnerable. So it's of knowledge of all here in Brazil, especially those that are here and understand the violence in the fields. They know about a group of extermination of isolated indigenous population to advance the agribusiness in their lands and other types of business also known as development. Thank you.
Vou complementar a questão dos dados.
I will add to the data of those relatives that died. In this case, it was no different. I mean, we also had to compilate the data ourselves since we did not have safe data, and the government wasn't counting indigenous that were not in demarcated territories. So there is already a failure in the methodology of counting, and also would not count the indigenous individuals who were in urban areas. So due to the omission and flaw of information, the articulation of the indigenous population in Brazil, together with health professionals, was able to carry out the work. So we have currently 1,310 deaths of indigenous individuals and 162 affected people. So we also have, and with a research of Fiocruz, Eloisa Machado could add to that. Thank you, Mauricio. Thank you for the question posed, and I should inform to all the members of the jury that on page 30, 31, and 32 of the information has data from Fundação Oswaldo Cruz, an entity of the government that is autonomous scientifically to produce data, and identified the prevalence of contamination and deaths when it comes to the indigenous population. Another research also that is referred to, that was published in The Lancet in 2021, shows that children and adolescents from indigenous populations had a risk of death that was 3 times more than those that were non-indigenous individuals, and the rate of mortality among the indigenous population was of 150% greater than that among the non-indigenous population. All this data are in the information sent and were explained also by the House Investigation Committee, and the increase of vulnerability and the prevalence of contamination deaths among indigenous individuals. And the explanation was because the pandemic was used as part of a greater policy anti-indigenous that have been developed in the country that weakens protection to their territory and takes away health support and incentivizes wildcat mining, and also allows the contamination with the indigenous population. And lastly, I should remind you that also was sent to the Secretariat of the Permanent People's Tribunal with a list of all the actions that are undergoing in our constitutional courts, and these that bring judicial sentences and the official decision of the government that refused to come here to defend themselves, and also that brings specifically the full part in terms of the refusal to protect the health of indigenous populations. There are positive sentences of the Constitutional Court, but unfortunately, the Justice of the Supreme Court, Luis Alberto Raposo, assumed publicly in a judicial sentence that his decisions were being disobeyed. And this also is in the documentation sent to the Secretariat of the Permanent People's Tribunal that will be available to all members of the jury. In any case, we will send this information previously selected so that it can be easier to spot the information of all members of the jury. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you for the answer. I think now we have Kenarik who has asked the question, and after that, Nicoletta De.
Good morning, everyone. I salute all of you present in the sessions, both in São Paulo and the School of Law, and those of you who are watching remotely. I salute Professor Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro. I especially thank the witnesses who are here today. My question, my apologies, I have a sore throat today, Ms. Bajakian saying. This is regarding some questions directed to Mauricio Terena regarding health barriers. This was a decision from the Brazilian Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken. If you could please confirm. Specifically regarding sanitary barriers, was there any specific initiative from the government? Did they do anything? Did they obey this decision to create the sanitary barriers? If there was no initiative or action from the government, were the barriers then created by the indigenous peoples themselves? Was there a specific role played by young indigenous peoples? That is another question. Regarding water, Versileni asked about water. And I would like to know if this issue lasted throughout the pandemic. As far as I understood, there was a program to supply water through cisterns. This was a program called Cisterns, and that this was interrupted during the pandemic. I would like to know if this continued throughout the pandemic. I'd like to ask a question for Lindomar Terena as well. Auricelia used an expression that we hear quite often, which is passar a boiada in Portuguese, meaning let the cattle loose, let the cattle herd loose. It means using the pandemic to pass several bills that are part of the authoritarian program which disobeys international protection norms, protection to human rights and the rights of indigenous peoples. Thinking about authoritarianism, I would like to ask Lindomar, what are the ongoing projects? If you could mention a couple, you don't have to mention all of them. Some projects, a couple of projects, and what do they mean in terms of perpetuating this policy? Because this is the pandemic, of course, but we see it's a set of projects that characterizes the whole period in a very radical manner against indigenous people. So within the logic followed by this authoritarian government, what are some of the norms that are intended to be passed or that were passed, just to give us more clarity about this specific aspect? And another question to Mauricio, going back to you, Mauricio Terena, again. Was there a supply of medications that are proven not to be efficient? Were they distributed in indigenous communities? And as far as I remember, when I read your claim coming from the accusation, the number of indigenous peoples vaccinated, except for children, the figure is maybe balanced from a percentage perspective with non-indigenous. But when we look at children and teenagers specifically, there seems to be a large gap between indigenous and non-indigenous people. And I would like you to please confirm whether this gap exists according to the data you have access to. I have an additional question. In the data, there's a distinction between indigenous people who live in villages and who don't live in villages. I believe this percentage was mentioned in our first day. It is my understanding that this policy would be only for indigenous people in villages. And if you could please repeat this figure or this information. I give the floor back to Mr. Jani now.
Bom, obrigado pelas perguntas.
Thank you for the questions, Ms. Kenarik Bujakian. Well, regarding sanitary barriers, yes, there was a legal decision from the courts. As we have said here, the federal government didn't have any plan whatsoever to fight COVID-19. And when they finally did, some of these plans were denied in the scope of the action of non-compliance of fundamental rights, ADPF. The question if they were obeyed, no, they were not obeyed. Every 2 weeks, there is a situation room, as I mentioned before, where we talk about the sanitary barriers. The first problem for the barriers is lack of data. We don't have means to assess the efficacy of the barriers. And the information we have is that indigenous themselves who actually created the barriers. You know, the barrier was our body. Young people, young indigenous people and indigenous leaders who faced the pandemic. And we were just watching COVID reaching our territories and our relatives going sick. Regarding the water veto, I think it makes evident how the federal government, or what were the intentions of the federal government. there was a bill, which was mentioned by Versileni, and this bill, part of the bill was vetoed. Water, which is the minimum. Water is the bare minimum, and the bare minimum was vetoed by the government. So regarding water, what I can say is, well, we can analyze what's the symbolic meaning of this. What were the intentions of the government when they deny us access to water? Another point you mentioned is medication. And I just wanted to add, since we have some members of the jury who are not Brazilian, CESAI, it's an acronym, CESAI, C-E-S-A-I. It's the Secretary for Special Indigenous Health. Just like FUNAI, which we also mentioned, which cares for the territories, we have CESAI, which is a secretary connected to the health ministry. And it is responsible for caring for indigenous health. And this institution started distributing medication, hydroxychloroquine in indigenous lands. Well, that was their policy, distributing medication that has no proven scientific efficacy, distributing them to indigenous peoples through this secretary. Another point raised by Ms. Kenarik, yes, there is a huge gap regarding vaccination of young people, young indigenous people. My perspective is that this is the result of this campaign against vaccination. It was so intense, the campaign against the vaccination, that vaccination was not welcome by some groups. And this was even the subject of strong discussion in the Situation Room, because there was no concrete data in that regard. I believe these were the questions directed to me, but I'm available to forward any additional information you might need. And once again, I thank you for your questions and your attention.
There is no other. Is there any other answer? Otherwise, we go to the question.
Yes, my apologies, Mr. Gianni. I asked a question to Lindamar. He doesn't have to answer. I don't know if anyone else would like to answer. Yes, that is correct. I'll give the floor to Lindamar Terena. It doesn't have to be him necessarily. It can be you, however you prefer. Hello, this is Lindamar, just to answer your question. One project that is being strongly implemented in indigenous land is our land. We go through this reality in Mato Grosso do Sul state. It's a land lease project, which is once again connected to let the cattle loose, passar a boiada in Portuguese. The government compelling some leaders to accept this project and changing the word lease into partnership, using the term partnership, because the Constitution prohibits lease of indigenous land. So they switch the term lease and they use the term partnership instead. And this is cause for great concern in our communities, in our families, because this is happening in an intense manner. We've taken this problem to authorities, we've informed them of the situation, and there's another project that is being implemented two cases. Well, in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, recently, well, not that recently, but one, I cannot remember the exact year, the Quiniquinau people that recovered their territory, and at the time, the state government, the Ministry of Justice, they used force, police force from the state to remove indigenous from the area. They expelled the Quiniquinaua people from that land without a court order to remove the indigenous people from the land. More recently, we had the same thing happening now with the Guarani Kaiowá people in Rio Brilhante. So these are examples of the projects that have been led by this government. Johnny, if I may just ask Mauricio to add to this answer regarding the lease of land. Is there participation of governmental institutions or institutions that in theory should protect indigenous, or public prosecution? As far as I understand, there is a bill that would allow for the lease or partnership, as Lindamar mentioned. But I would like to ask, from a practical perspective, public institutions, do they have participation in this policy? I know this norm is connected to this partnership, which is part of a bill, apparently. Is there any other project or bill that would radicalize authoritarianism from an institutional perspective through legalizing this? Thank you for your questions. Adding to what Lindamar said about the participation of the Public Prosecutor's Office and FUNAI, because these are the two institutions that are connected to this idea of lease of indigenous lands. The Public Prosecutor's Office, well, we've had active participation in fighting against the lease of lands. It is our understanding that this is a non-republican practice, and that is why the Public Prosecutor's Office has been filing some claims in courts precisely to face the problem. From the FUNAI side, as it was already mentioned here, FUNAI has omitted itself when it comes to fighting this practice. And there is a speculation that maybe FUNAI is even fostering this, incentivizing this. So these are the two situations. The Public Prosecutor's Office is fighting against this, and FUNAI, who in theory should be protecting indigenous lands, FUNAI is being lenient in that regard, because this is directly connected to the agrarian matter and to the agribusiness. There are interests involved. Whether this is lease, wildcat mining, logging, there is a very strong political force trying to legalize all these practices. Regarding other bills, I'm going to give you a broad answer. In Congress, there are some bills that somehow strengthen and destructure popular participation or indigenous people participation. I would like to mention two that are connected to this economic exploitation. 490 bill 490 that wishes to regularize mining in indigenous lands. There is also some points of the temporal framework. And more recently, we have Bill 191, government representatives or the leader of government in the House has articulated this attempt to make Congress pass this bill. These are bills that do have impact in our territories, and authoritarianism is involved in this. Brazil has signed Convention 169, which gives us the right to be consulted about any measure that affects us. And I ask and I answer, were we consulted? No, we were not. They have not asked us whether we want mining in our lands. And therefore, I believe that these bills are examples of threats to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that go to the last question, which will be presented by Nicoletta Dentico.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, and thank you for all these very informative contributions. I will try to, well, basically, I will try to follow a bit the line of the question that Professor Recupero made earlier on. He was talking about the facts, the need for facts, and the need to better detail the connections that we need to formulate between the accounts, your witnesses that you are producing, and our capacity to translate that into a kind of a sentence, so to speak. And in this case, I was very struck by what Auricelia Fonseca said at one point of her presentation, her witness. She said that some indigenous populations, she did not mention which ones, but anyway, she said indigenous populations were decimated, some of them vanished. I really took your quote. And I think this is, I think this is important for us in our function for the Permanent People Tribunal to have a much more detailed analysis of this, and perhaps, as Professor Ribeiro was saying earlier, some sort of numbers. It's important for you to explain to us, you know, and unfold the connections between this vanishing of indigenous populations and the COVID pandemic, if that is the case, because as it was said earlier, for example, Carolina Santana said that in the case of the Cura survivors, the connection was not directly with COVID, but it was, of course, COVID-enhanced practices and policies of, let's say, killing and violence towards indigenous populations. So this would be, I don't know if I made myself clear, but I think we really need more evidence and more a better description of what happened, who was decimated, who vanished, and when exactly. I mean, if this is really connected with the pandemic, so as to substantiate and densify in a better way the raison d'être, the very reason of all this work that we are doing. The second question is actually very much related to what Mauricio Terrena was just saying now, and thank you for this very important examples and also quoting the legislations and also the violations of the existing conventions for indigenous populations participation. Of course, during the pandemic, I have read several articles showing how Brazil, in a way, went the kind of decided to free ride economy. I don't know if this corresponds exactly to the pasada boiada, but the idea is to really, get rid of all the restrictions and simplify and deregulate, so to speak, some of the legislations that existed in the country for the protection of the land, and especially the lands and the territories of the indigenous populations. I mean, I think it was the report, the Forestry Report, which actually said, I'm just going by memory, but the World Forestry Report in 2021 mentioned that there had been an increase of forest deforestation and forest exploitation in Brazil by 20% in 1 year. So we are talking about huge figures. My question is, would you be able to illustrate yet again with some sort of figures and tangible connections that we can use the option that I think Bolsonaro used a very Anglo-Saxon, utilitarian herd immunity, a neoliberal thinking that economics has more value than health, and that in any case, herd immunity, you can reach it by basically, spreading the virus as much as possible. This is not just Bolsonaro that used this approach. And of course, this has created a lot of consequences. But how would you connect this approach with the need of getting rid of the indigenous populations in protected areas, so that, that land, that very precious and resourceful territories could be used for economic reasons, to compensate the debt and to basically raise the money needed because of lockdown measures and basically the paralyzation of globalization as a whole during 2020 due to all the distancing, and the machine of globalization was stopped. So would you see a connection between getting rid of the indigenous populations as a way to liberate the land and to liberate the territory so that it can be better and fully used and exploited, including through this institutionalization of partnerships or leases, as you said? So I hope my question is clear, and I think it would be useful to give more evidence on this. Thank you very much.
If may add one point for methodology for the very important question for the tribunal of what has requested Nicoletta. We have established already at the beginning that if it is not possible because of, say, availability of data now or something like that, to provide now a very specific answer, I think that the tribunal accepts and will welcome a kind of written documentation, sending back to the material we have received, so that the tribunal could really use directly disease, which is a very central part of the problem. So it's up to you to decide and then to let us know in order to provide the members of the tribunal also a separate or written or supplementary information.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Gianni and Nicoletta, members of the jury. It is important to highlight that the connection established from the acts of the President of Brazil and the accusation of crimes against humanity and indigenous genocide, part of the proof and evidence that it is in course in Brazil, what we are calling, and we also have used in the information, anti-indigenous policy. This anti-indigenous policy is one that comes not only from the speeches of the president, but also through normative acts and also through omissions that all analyzed together can show clearly the intent to eliminate the indigenous population in Brazil. This anti-indigenous policy has as its core the weakening of the indigenous territory, because with the weakening of their territories, the indigenous bodies, their survival, their culture are attacked. So the relations of the indigenous population with their territory is not only one, and it has never been one of ownership, but is one of survival and reproducing the use, their lives, and their rituals. So from 2019, January 1, the first day of this government administration, the president has directly, through his constitutional powers, made weak the indigenous territories, either through the non-demarcation of lands or suspending projects that were demarcating or removing budget from the indigenous department in the accusation, and also from the weakening of the restriction that really protects the indigenous isolated population, as Carolina mentioned, and she will add to my intervention. So she will talk about the altering the reason for the institutions that before were there to protect indigenous population. FUNAI, that before was responsible for protecting the territories, now contribute to have these territories explored and to even come to incentivize, if not clearly, but through sometimes omission leniency, wildcat mining indigenous territory that brought not only the contamination of COVID-19, but of mercury and also sexual violence of women from the indigenous population. The agency FUNAI not only weakens the territories of indigenous populations, but also persecute leaders. It's informed in the communication that indigenous leaders of the APIB has been also those investigated by those who were supposed to be protecting them. So all the dismantling of the environmental protection that brings fire and deforestation, and Nicoleta, you are right, records when it comes to our recent constitutional history also means a way to destroy the indigenous populations, because the relationship of the indigenous populations with their territory, with the environment, is very present to them. We can talk right from the existence of fish and of food that have been contaminated, all the way it has already been said here more than once, the murder of an indigenous individual that was hunting close to a farm. The deforestation, the alteration of the protection of the territory has systematically brought the elimination of the indigenous population. And we are talking about many policies and many normative actions and many omissions. But here I'd like to make one point very clear for members of the jury, specifically Nicoleta. It's not an attack of the indigenous population for an economic purpose. The economic purposes are used by this government as another tool of attack against the indigenous population. The president, Jair Bolsonaro, has a understanding of nation that does not include and does not comprise indigenous population as those of individuals of right. And this is not only a populist, but also authoritarian that put the indigenous population in a continuous process of victims of crimes against humanity and genocide. The economic interests are used to attack the indigenous populations. We know that the genocide crime does not demand deaths, and we know that genocide crime does not demand a population to have been vanished, obviously, because the purpose of this crime is to actually not have that to come through. The point is to show the specific intent of eliminating a people from their own ethnic characteristic, and that intent is made clear and present in the conducts of President Jair Bolsonaro in the economy, health ministry, and also of the environment, and in the government institutions that before protected indigenous populations and now attack them. When we talk many times to let the cattle loose, we are referring specifically and precisely to the words of the Minister of the Environment, Mr. Ricardo Salles, that in a ministry meeting said the following: we will take this moment with the pandemic and take the chance where we are all just talking about the pandemic and the press is just talking about the pandemic to let the cattle loose, passar a boiada. In this Brazilian expression, it means to eliminate any barrier you might have so that you can reach a specific purpose. In the case of the Minister of the Environment, he was also referring to literally let the cattle loose, passar a boiada, because we were talking about advancing the agribusiness in the indigenous land, which immediately means to have the indigenous population at risk of death and vanishing. So I will pass the floor to Carolina Santana, who is our witness and will, and if this is the need of the members of the jury, to say yes, an indigenous population no longer exists and vanished in the pandemic, because of the measures adopted by this government. Carolina, please. Thank you, Eloisa.
Thank you, Eloisa. And I would like to state once again the disappearance of the Juma people, who's considered a recently contacted people and therefore very vulnerable. They disappeared, yes, because of the pandemic. And I wanted to highlight the situation of isolated peoples. We are in the phase of a very radical situation. These people are not easy to monitor, and this radical alterity has to be interpreted in the concept of genocide, because the history of the relationship of the Brazilian state with these people, it demonstrates, and there is a lot of articles about this. In the moment when contact happened of those who went through the contact situation, they were already encountered in situations where genocide was already seen. That's why the principle of precaution is the master guideline of this protection policy. If the genocide has already taken place because of the pandemic, then the isolation situation does not allow us to immediately verify this. And if we do find this out, probably we'll already find these populations decimated. This is a history of what's going on in Brazil. When the Piripicura people, when there was this encounter, when they opted for this contact, they were immediately subjected to the protection of their territory. The same with Tanaru. When we see a request coming from APIB, the Articulation of Indigenous Populations, to create a health barrier in the north region of the Piripicura region, where there were high levels of deforestation and the sanitary barrier was absolutely, totally ignored. And in 2021, we see one of the highest rates of deforestation precisely in this area where APIB requested the sanitary barrier. We have to consider that the epidemiologic, immunologic vulnerability of these populations can lead to their disappearance, Tamandua and Baita, who are the two indigenous who live isolated. Illegal invaders, they are direct vectors of COVID-19. Itamandu and Baita, they appear sporadically to request for fire, for instance. Maybe they will not appear anymore one day, and that's when we will see that there was genocide indeed. This is Eloisa. I would like to inform you that we will send the Secretariat of the Permanent People Tribunal the full documentation that we received. It's currently being assessed by the accusation, and there is a full detailed description of the anti-indigenous policy as well as of its impact in these peoples. Once again, environmental destruction, deforestation, and pandemic, as well as economic interests, they are tools used by the Bolsonaro government to eliminate indigenous peoples.
I thank you for all the contribution. I think that it is the time now for us to go back or to give back the moderation to the organizer of this meeting in order to pass to the last phase of this second day of hearings.
Ok, nós vamos...
We are reaching the final stage of today's session. We've finished the questions and answers, and soon I will ask Manuela da Cunha to organize this part. Then I will make brief comments thanking everyone who collaborated to this session. And then I'll invite Mr. Toyoni to make final remarks, and that's how we finish today's session. Before we do that, I'd like to say that from the ARNS Commission, we have here with us Minister Luis Carlos Bresser Pereira, Luis Felipe Alencastro, Oscar Vilhena, who is also director of the School of Law of FGV, Faculdade Getúlio Vargas. They were all very important for this tribunal, for this session. I would also like to mention a couple of names. Rogério Sotile from the Vladimir Herzog Institute. And I especially salute Paulo Jerônimo, former president of the Brazilian Press Association, ABI is the Portuguese acronym. He came from Rio de Janeiro to be part of this session in São Paulo. I also want to mention Professor Cláudia Perrone Moisés, who is a professor of the School of Law of the University of São Paulo. Margarida Genevois, I'd like to let you know that she's feeling better today, and she is following all these procedures and all testimonies through YouTube. Laura Greenhalgh explained to me several times, and I forgot to mention the meaning of this empty chair, this huge empty chair on stage. Here we should have seated for 15 minutes the representative of the Brazilian government. The Attorney General gave us a bizarre response stating that they had nothing to answer because this is not a tribunal coming from an international treaty. And my personal comment is not connected to the Permanent People's Tribunal, but I couldn't expect anything different from an extremist right-wing government that treats society as enemy. And not just civil society, it treats the black population as enemies, the indigenous population as enemies, and health professionals as well. So I can say that for the ARNS Commission, it is no surprise that this chair is shamefully empty today. So I now give the floor to my colleague Manuela Carneiro da Cunha, if she would like to speak I don't know, from the table or from the pulpit, whatever you wish.
Eu falei ontem, mas vou falar de novo. Eu vou agradecer. E os tradutores. Vou falar no final. No final vou falar.
I would like to salute the members of this tribunal, those who are abroad, as well as those who are here in person in the room, and also those of you who are not abroad, who live in Brazil, and also who are members of the jury, also watching remotely. It's an extraordinary opportunity. Everyone has seen this, the opportunity of hearing people who are usually made invisible. My role, as far as I understand, is to try to organize or bring together what has been discussed and presented here, not only by the witnesses, but also through the debate that took place here, even in the questions of the members of the jury. These questions led me to go back into a historic long-term perspective of what has been throughout history the relationship between the state and indigenous peoples. And Oscar Belloso, historian, as he very well remarked a while ago, there are two major periods in Brazilian history. There is a period in which the indigenous person was valuable, was important, most of all to be enslaved. They were important as an element of work, as labor. And this aspect was very important to different provinces and in different times of our history. But there is a moment when in 1850 the indigenous question in Brazil became, with the legislation of land, Lei das Terras, it became a matter of land. What is wanted now is not the indigenous person anymore. It's above all their land. And that's when we talk about going into the countryside, into the backlands, into appropriation of these lands, which was until then a secondary matter in the indigenous topic. And that has repercussions to this day. Today, more than ever, maybe, it is about the appropriation of indigenous lands. That's what's at stake. That's the interest of agribusiness, and that's the interest of other activities. How can one do this? Well, there are two ways. One is eliminating those that hold rights to this land, which is indigenous peoples. The other way to do so is to state that indigenous lands are not indigenous lands. There are other resources. Lease is, in a way, a path to get there. But essentially, I believe we are in a time in which the idea made possible by COVID, as it has been said here, of physically destructing, yes, whenever possible, and the sooner the better, and at the same time in the legal and infra-legal area. This is very important for the Bolsonaro administration. There is this attempt to remove indigenous rights over their lands. So that's the picture we are talking about, and it's really important to understand the context. Before anything else, I would like to repeat my colleagues here and pay tribute to the memory of Dalmo de Abreu Dallari. Dalmo de Abreu Dallari was a fighter for indigenous rights. We all are aware of this. And he was, because of his experience, he was also an inspiration for the chapter regarding indigenous peoples in our 1988 Constitution. Specifically, he remembered and he helped introduce the idea that indigenous land rights are originary. And I want to insist on this point because, well, of course, in a school of law, everyone knows what this is about, but this is hugely important. What do we mean by originary rights? Is that they come before the Constitution itself. They predate the state and the Constitution. They are pre-existing. And therefore, the state, the only thing the state has to do is to acknowledge them. The state is not granting these rights because the rights existed before the state. If the state was to do its homework, they should have acknowledged and regularized all these lands in the official gazette and so forth. The indigenous peoples have right over these lands before any regularization from the state. This is one of the elements that the current administration is using in its attempt through an interpretation that is clearly fought against by the Supreme Court, stating that indigenous lands that are not regulated yet, that are not demarcated yet, which is, the government is to blame for this anyway, because the Constitution states the 1988 Constitution gave a period of 5 years to demarcate all indigenous lands, and they are still not demarcated to this day. So now the government wants us to believe that indigenous lands that are still not demarcated, which is the government is to blame, I would like to repeat this, because they're not on time with their duties. These lands do not fall under the same protection of demarcated and acknowledged lands, which is false. It is false. And here I go back to a point brilliantly presented by Eloisa, the famous sentence from Salles, the former Ministry of the Environment. When he said, well, let's take advantage of the fact that they are only talking about COVID. Let's take advantage to passar da boiada, to let the cattle loose. In the very same day, FUNAI published a normative instruction, which was infra-legal. It would never go through Congress, precisely stating this, that indigenous lands that are not demarcated, they are not indigenous lands legally. And that was immediately adopted among others, by an extremely important tool coming from INCRA. INCRA is the acronym for National Institute of Land Reform, INCRA. And there's another body within INCRA, which is a system of georeference that is used to inform and control the borders of rural properties. So it is there that a land grabber, whether they grab indigenous land or not, that's where they look to know whether there is an owner to the land they're trying to legalize or to occupy, to invade. Right after FUNAI published this normative instruction number 9, this system, the georeferencing system, they decided they would remove all information about non-demarcated indigenous lands from the system. So this was direct incentive to land grabbing. Direct incentive, because they removed from the system very important information that assured land rights to several indigenous lands. So this was an absolutely unheard of measure. And it was adopted by the interested parties from the government side. Among others, Sessão, the Secretary of Indigenous Health, they began stating that non-demarcated lands were not subject to the same protection, as FUNAI had already declared. And ADPF 709 was extremely important to state that once again, this was wrong, and to place under the protection of Sessão, this came directly from the fight of the indigenous people to assure that indigenous and urban situations were also supported and included in Sessão's work to receive primary attention and as well to be vaccinated afterwards. And this process, something extremely important happened in the last 3 years. Out of the 3 branches of power, the executive branch was absolutely eaten from the insides by termites, as Justice Carmen Lucia mentioned. On the other hand, well, Congress, just yesterday we heard Senator Humberto speaking it very clearly. The tepid position because of the current composition of the National Congress and the alliances, the political alliances. However, the Supreme Court was extremely important. And also the initiatives of APIB was extremely important. They managed to introduce or to file this ADPF. I've just learned the name from Professor Fábio Comparado, Action of Non-Compliance of Fundamental Right. That's the acronym. ADPF 709, filed by APIB. It not only requested the establishment of rules, and thanks to Supreme Court and thanks to Justice Barroso, many of these rules were not obeyed, or many of these decisions were not obeyed, and they are still under dispute in this situation room, as Mauricio Terena explained. Carolina talked about this as well. So we are in a constant battle, but I think it's important to think about the following. For the first time in Brazil, well, actually, the decimation of Brazilian indigenous peoples and appropriation of their lands, this is centuries old. It has not started today, but until this day, this is the first time under President Bolsonaro that someone methodically, openly, is actually attacking and stating an anti-indigenous position. This is unheard of. Until this day, the elimination of the indigenous population was made in quote-unquote benign goals. So we had evangelization efforts, civilizing efforts, protection. Several of these terms, these beautiful terms, have been used in the past, when in fact we know that this has led to genocide, which is not recent. But it was not fully intentional in the beginning, because there was interest in indigenous labor, as someone mentioned in the beginning. In São Paulo and Paraná, in these two states were poor in the old days, and therefore they had no money to import slaves from Africa. Indigenous slavery was extremely important in these states. It's important to remember that the bandeirantes who entered the countryside either in a private or official expeditions, they did those expeditions precisely to enslave indigenous peoples. Even Jesuits did this. So let us remember that Bolsonaro openly stated, while he was still a candidate in 2018, he said that he was anti-indigenous and that his politics would be anti-indigenous. He's a liar, but in that case he didn't lie. That's exactly what he did from day one. Mauricio yesterday reminded us that the first measure on January 1st, right after he took office, was Provisional Measure 870, which attempted to remove FUNAI and land demarcation as a result from the perspective or from the umbrella of the Ministry of Justice, and trying to move this into the umbrella, under the umbrella of the Ministry of Agriculture, which is precisely dominated by agribusiness. This did not move forward. Thankfully, the Congress reacted. So it is under the Ministry of Justice. But the simple initiative in day one of his administration, I think it says it all, in my opinion, regarding the politics of the new president.
And now we should also remember, as it was mentioned many times, that the government, when Minister Carmen Lucia talks about eating from the inside, produced an apparatus for all the ministry relevant in terms of the anti-indigenous policy. So it's not only Minister Salles only, but also the Ministry of Agriculture, and also in the Ministry of Justice, FUNAI, National Protection Agency of the Indigenous Population. And this Ventura showed us yesterday that from official documentation and an in-depth research study, that the government, Bolsonaro, was very methodical when it comes and also insisted, I should say, and very accurate in the policies that he has been attempting and being able to apply. So we may say as well that it's an anti-indigenous policy, and he has really followed this pattern of action. So he was, as repeatedly said here, very methodical through action and omission. So, for instance, it was already said here by many that there was a full dismantling of the oversight and control work in the Amazon, and impacted other areas as well. And these oversight and control actions were able to stop deforestation, wildcat mining, fires, invasion, illegal logging, so on and so forth. And this message was very well understood quickly by a part of our population, that Bolsonaro really received a tribute. I don't know if you all recall, in June 2019, with a big fire where it was a tribute paid to the president that was setting fire in the Amazon. And I mean, that brought an ecocide that is ongoing and impacted directly the indigenous population and their way of life, obviously. So I've already mentioned all the measures that are so-called administrative, as this normative 9 of FUNAI. But the whole context of these two tactics show in what environment COVID landed. And one of the, I mean, with all these elements, Bolsonaro encouraged directly land grabbing. And also, there were other points they resorted to, which I can list, so-called legal, to also be able to make the invasion of indigenous territories legal. This was made clear. Aurelia here also was able to state and explain the mining invasions that were repeatedly convicted from these invasions, and not only in Brazil through our Supreme Court, but also, and I should recall you that the Inter-American Council of Human Rights also was able to give many provisional measures for the Urucu population, and among others, who are being invaded by thousands and thousands of minors. And Aurelia mentioned here to us, and the results we can have with that all has never been obeyed by our government. So what we're saying is that through the invasions that have been encouraged, and also by legally in the bureaucratic form, but also physically, the pandemic penetrated their territory. That's how COVID invaded their territory, through the invasions. And Carolina here did not mention, but I know it's very dear to her heart, allowing, I mean, for the isolated indigenous populations to have missionaries, fundamentalists, and activists go into indigenous isolated areas, despite the restriction of use, to preach to this population, to preach the Gospels as if we were back in the 1500s. I should mention that both the CESAI and FUNAI said that they had nothing to do with it. So this limited, really, until it was corrected, the protection of the land and also of COVID. And other than that, I should remind you, that everything from all the oversight agencies in control of invasions, as for instance, IBAMA, ICMBio, and also FUNAI, were also here. So the budgets were reduced and became precarious for all the missions of these agencies. And here, okay, it's something that is made clear, by the president, with the workers of IBAMA were fired because they burnt machines of mining invaders in indigenous territory, and they were fired for having done so. I can't even recall exactly where. But as Lindomar well posed to us, it was the fight of the indigenous movement that was able to get health service to their population and vaccination. Getting back to the budget drop in all these agencies, CESAI, the health institution to the indigenous population, had a reduction in the budget, and it became very clear that there was not enough money to be able to carry out their mission. That is the one that it had in the beginning, also the broader one that had been adopted. And among other points, yesterday, the healthcare professionals clearly stated that, and this is also applied to CESAI, that is part of SUS, our universal health system. And with indigenous population, there's a worsening situation where the casais, which are homes to the indigenous sick patients in urban centers for their recovery, they were highly unhealthy and known to all. Whoever would go there actually would go there with members of their family, would also get sick, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I should close then and say that it has been mentioned here about the bills that were included in this whole part of the passagem da boiada, loosing the cattle. This is all in the Congress, and we know there's a big pressure of the parties of the Centrão to be approved, and we have mentioned a few here, where we have the 490 bill, and also 490, just to mention, among other points, it rectifies the time framework, and Bill 191 introduces mining legally in indigenous territories. And there is an old liability that stands, which is a time framework which has been I would say, has been scheduled for June 23 for the 100th time. And I'm not sure if June 23 will actually be the moment where they can reach a sentence, the Supreme Court. This point about this, I should pay tribute to Professor José da Silva, who, I mean, we were together here, and with Dalmo Gabriel Dalari and also Professor José Afonso da Silva, with a great audience, where the professor wrote an expert report, admirable one, showing the full unconstitutional action of the marco temporal, or time framework, which mentions, I mean, that those who were taken out of their lands out of violence, and there are evidence to show such fact, lost their right to their territory. This is a topic that I'm sure you know quite well around the world, but it's something that cannot be accepted anywhere else, including here. So I should remind you all to close the following, that it has been said here that the government, I think it was Mauricio who said that, but there were others stating the same, that the government became more lethal than the pandemic itself. So I believe this statement can summarize well what we heard here, and that's how I should close. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Manuel.
Thank you very much, Manuela, for summarizing everything. I know it's a tough job to do during the session, so I'd like to invite now the General Secretary of PPT, Gianni Tononi, for his closing, and then I should close this session with some individuals who I'd like to thank here. So, Gianni, I'd like to pass the floor to you.
Thank you for the great work which has been done, and the very important summary evaluation of the 2 days of work. I must say that I will thank Marcela Ferreira for the mention of Dallari, who has been one of the key member of the Permanent People Tribunal for so many years, and it has been good to know here that we are in his university and we are really continuing the great work he has done. From the point of view of the tribunal, as you know, the tribunal cannot derive conclusions from direct public hearings. The tribunal is a listening organism. We have listened to everything which has been said, taking into account all the details. I have simply to mention for substantial reasons one point which has to do with the defense. As you know, by statutes, the notification of the accusation to the government includes the invitation to be present and to present the defense. Otherwise, the tribunal is preparing something which could be important to take into consideration while making the decision through some collection of the original official data which are representing the position of the government. As you know, in the newspapers before the hearings, there was a notification that the verdict, the indictment has been fully received, examined, and it has been decided that by some representative of the government that they were not recognizing, as this was expected, the authority of the Permanent People Tribunal, with words which seems to go back to the origin of the opinion tribunal when de Gaulle refused to recognize the possibility of having the session of the Tribunal of Vietnam in Paris. And Sartre answered that much more important that the decision of the government was the duty of avoiding the crime of silence. And in that sense, the Permanent People Tribunal has been working over the last many 40 years. So the defense has been prepared according to what has been established over the years by requesting a complete collection of the official documents, which have been, many of them have been now quoted by the last rapporteur, which over the last years, till the 5th of May of this year, have represented, summarized formally the action and the decision which have been taken and which are registered in the Federal Supreme Tribunal. To the members of the jury, we have now material which is available to direct consultation of all those documents and declaration by President Bolsonaro or by the organism. We have received by an ad hoc research group 120 documents which are dealing directly or indirectly with the right of people and the pandemic. They are divided in 11 chapters which deal with all the aspects of the pandemic. It is clear that many of these things are quoted also in the indictment and the other document that would be circulated in order to be accessible to the members of the tribunal. From the point of view of the conclusion of the tribunal, we had prepared a notification which could be then used also by the promoters as a press release in order to document how the tribunal has followed closely what is requested by the statutes of the tribunal, both in terms of preparation of documentation and in presentation of testimonies. I think that it would be not useful to read here a text which is describing what has been happening, and further the time for our meeting is reaching the conclusion, because then we are planned as a tribunal, as a jury, to have a closed meeting in order to have at least an opportunity to have a first exchange of opinion about the work to be done for the preparation of the verdict that is planned to be ready and presented publicly around the end of July. That depends on the capacity we have of working and the possibility of collaborating from remote among ourselves. So I have simply to thanks again for all what has been said. It has been sometimes very difficult because of so many complications. The organization has been excellent from the point of view of the visibility also of the tribunal in a place like the Faculty of Law in Sao Paulo with a direct participation. The tribunal will appear again as a jury when the documents will be ready, and you will receive the announcement for that. Thanks for everybody, and from the point of view of the tribunal, I declare closed the public hearings and convene now the closed door meeting for the jury of the tribunal. Thanks a lot.
Those were the words of the General Secretary of the Tribunal. I would like then to carry out a session to salute many. And first of all, I should say that it was a work that demanded 6 months, and the one that took the first step I mean, we must be thankful for the Black Coalition and Sheila Carvalho. I think you were here. And then also we had APIB with Mauricio Tenera adhering to it, and Denise Mota, who I believe is still here, was here. This from the Public Services International. I would also like to salute others, members who supported the process. Silvia Menezes, are you here? Please just raise, and we will then give a round of applause to everyone. Bruna Faleros, I don't know if you're here. Liana Nyman, Liana is here. And Aurea Lopez, who is the one in charge of our social media. So a group that we forgot and is always present here, and I am sure we should thank the interpreters, Beatriz Velosa and her team. After, we should also thank .com for the broadcast. When we heard the description of the complexity of this tribunal, Tiago, in many of the meetings we had with him, made it clear that it would be very successful. And for visibility, I mean a tribunal without visibility. So Analytica, that was decisive to get there. The first person, or actually Erica Benucci, I mean, and also name her colleagues, Lucas, Reni, Julia Rezende, Julia Magalhães, Luiz Henrique, and I should also say, and I might forget to mention someone, but the group of work of the Comissão Arns, I worked for 6 months, Oscar Vilena, Paulo Vanucci, who's not here because of COVID, Joanna Silberstein. Joanna, are you still here? Joanna? Manuela, who just had the floor. Our envoy in Geneva, Paulo Logo, and also a go-between here who was in communication with our tribunal in Rome, thanks to his background, José Luis Delroy, our colleague. And now the last group, but just as important, the voluntary support given by our undergraduate and graduate students of the violence study group of Getúlio Vargas, the law school in Centro 11 de Agosto that can never be forgotten. I should just say the name, and if they are here, please raise, and then we will give a round. Otherwise, I can't complete the list. The first name, over 30 that worked from reception with a vaccine and mask. It was amazing work. I should have said in the beginning, but the two main individuals, the actually key, was definitely Laura Greenhall, who is our colleague, our executive director, and Andre Alcantara, who is the executive secretary. Andre, where are you? And with them, we had this voluntary support and work, and I'll read out the names. Ariel, Alessandra, Amanda,
Ana Beatriz, Ana Carolina, De Aquino, Arina Moreira, Bianca Vasconcelos, Brenda Freitas, Bruno Oliveira, Bruno Fernandes, Kaique Bodini, Eduardo Luca, Eloá Araújo, Gabriel Spindler, Giovana Pereira, Graziele Pacheco Ferreira, Gustavo Iga, who had to take me and my complaints for the last 2 days. Gustavo, where are you? Thank you. I know he's preparing his PhD thesis. In any case, Jaqueline, José Wilson, Laís Mira, Laura Rios, Mayara Correia, Maria Beatriz, Maria Clara Santos, Maria Laura Silva, Mariana Duarte, Nina de Freitas, Pedro Paulo, Rafaela, Rayane Fernandes, Tiago Bruno, Vitor Nicoletti, Vitória Camille, Vanessa Carvalho, Iago Gabriel, Yasmin Diniz, Amanda Fernandes, Vinícius Dias, and Giovanni Maria. To all of you, we thank you very, very much.
Evidente, eu deveria também.
And of course, I also have to thank all our colleagues from the Arns Commission, Maria Vitória Benevides, Belisário dos Santos Dias, José Luiz Del Royo, and Luiz Felipe Alencastro, and Laura Greenhalgh. They're all still in the room. Manuela and Luis Badin. Luis Badin, he's correcting the last name. Badin, thank you very much.
Eu acho que eu me saí.
I hope I did better than expected. I hope I didn't make this many confusion. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be here in this room. And there is no thank yous enough to thank Celso Campilongo, the dean. It took just a phone call from Fabio and José Carlos Dias, and he immediately welcomed this tribunal. In current context, it takes courage to do this. So both Celso and the Vice Dean should also receive our thank yous. Laura just reminded me that after a lot of work, there will be what we call a final decision or a final sentence from the tribunal around June. I know that this is an electoral year in Brazil, but we want to have this decision a little bit far removed from the month of October when we have elections. This session is finalized. Thank you very much.